We are back live. Hi. I want to check a couple quick things. And then I've had some ideas on what I want to do. So, I think I've decided that I want to at least try formatting this thing as a class. Out. Let me ban that bot real quick. I don't know why it is that only Twitch has the bots. Okay. Welcome, folks. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to reformat a good chunk of this file as a class. I'm going to see if that cleans anything up. And I think it's kind of a tricky thing, and there's not really a fully right answer. But some maintenance outside. The mic is probably picking that up. Fortunately, it'll be done soon. So yeah, the thing that I've realized is that in a dynamically typed language, actually classes start to make more sense because you can't get the type wrong on the call signature. So it's kind of silly, but there are these sort of natural things built into a dynamically typed language that push you towards more classes over structs. So I'm just gonna try to do it like the Python way, but cleaner, like as clean as I can, and see how that looks versus this, which is kind of like me doing something that would work really well in C, but not great here. This at least will get rid of this whole mess here, right? Some of these probably don't need to be stored. Config background policy. So here, actually, we don't want to set policy up front because it can get compiled. I'm trying to be very disciplined here so I don't break anything. And then the plan is to go back several passes over this and just cut it down as much as possible. If I get this file to 1,000 lines and everything still works as is, and we have like our high quality RL perf, I mean, the best RL implementation in 1,000 lines is pretty darn good. And this will do multi-machine too. We haven't done much with multi-machine yet, but we do have support. There are a couple people that use it, so this will be perfectly good distributed as well. Welcome, YouTube folks. I've been away for about a week. You can probably see in the background with all the setup I've been doing why. We have one machine. Gotta start somewhere, right? You can kind of see it behind the box on the rack there. But there will be 40 machines there reasonably soon, hopefully. As soon as the tariffs come down. Compiled policy. Stuff like global step and epochs. Guess that goes at the start, right? Right here. We're gonna get rid of last log time, I'm sure, but for now, put it there. Do I use this? I do. That's gonna be removed, but so P30 was this like new advantage function, I guess. I guess it was an advantage function, yeah, that I was experimenting with. I still think that there's something important in there. I would like to come back to it even before the next release. It's just going to be a matter of how many hours I can put in streaming to get that all done. I think this will go after our setup. Or maybe here. Maybe we do put it here. Now, a lot of these things are just setting params from the config to params of the class. That's a thing to consider. If I just want to like set all of them automatically or something like that. Do we still use pointer and step? ETR? We don't use this. This does not seem to get used anywhere else that I can see. Epoch or something? Yeah, so epoch does get set. But step does not. So we have redundant params. Hopefully the background noise is not too bad here when I'm talking. I have it noise gated and compressed as best I can, but there's power washing outside today. There's lots of new setup for this place. A lot of these probably don't need to even be assigned to the class in the first place, right? We can just do like config is self.config and then it's just config.this instead of self.this, yeah. We can simplify quite a bit here. All this does get used. Okay, and we're already down to something more reasonable. Mini batch size. Got total agents and total epochs. Oops. Put this down here for now. And then start time and uptime. We do this after init as well. And ideally, we would do this a little later because first epoch compile screws us up a little bit. Okay, so now print dashboard is going to be a part of this. I don't like this being at the top of the file like this, but we will see about that. Just because, like, you open the file and, like, you see this, right? Like, what the hell? Hey, welcome. Been a while by boxing. That's redundant. Fully set up? I don't know if I'd say I'm fully set up. We have one server in the background there. There's more equipment coming. Stuff is still a mess and needs to be cleaned. This camera quality is actually going to improve. I have a couple more cables and things coming. But, oh, and I still don't have running water in this building. But I'm, like, reasonably set up. What? Oh. I don't think that's a scar. I think I just dropped a wrench on myself. While I was helping to put the the big rack together. But I did finally get to use the equipment for the first time this morning, and yeah, it's nice having all my stuff right here. I have a couple questions regarding puffer stuff. Yeah, of course. I can answer things. Half the reason I stream. Just here, or you want me to jump in the Discord? Hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, going good. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. Um, so I was basically trying. I'm not sure if you've seen my messages in Discord, but basically I've tried to been working with the latest dev.
Mm-hmm.
It's but I've run into a couple of issues, and I wasn't sure if this was the type of stuff that I could that was just not working on my own, and or if I could like do any PR for that, or if it was a known bug or something. Basically, I was trying to run a default policy, so non-recurrent
Mm-hmm.
uh, policy, and I've been using I think it was in a cleanrl or model.py file, and I've had a couple of issues with the latest Python file where there was missing imports, or missing torch imports, or something like that.
Let's see.
Um, so let me link to you the exact file thing. Oh, clean. So okay, so um,
Let me hang on.
yeah,
I should just
thanks.
switch branches.
But I've also had Bet try to help me, and he said like it was working with Python 3.12, but I've had issues running it with it as well. So I wasn't sure. Maybe I should just jump on the 2.0 branch and just stay there. Maybe it's just a little bit more stable since I'm only running in
Hang on.
CPU.
So
Okay,
this is
sorry.
Puffer Snake with the RNN and everything. This is now training at 2 point something millisecond.
Uh-huh.
I probably didn't test it without the recurrent policy lately. Okay. What's going on here?
I think
This is
there's
the
some
there's the
remaining
3 we're getting.
E3D stuff.
Mm-hmm. Just some migration pains from API changes. No worries. Let me fix those.
Okay,
Yeah, I
is it
mean
the type of
that's
stuff?
the point. No, this is the point. Like I break stuff in dev, right? But like I don't do like really comprehensive testing or anything like that on dev. But like you, it should be very easy if you just do this, and I'll just fix it live for you really quick, right? Because like I didn't test the non-recurrent policy. Oops, I forgot, right?
Yeah, that makes total sense. So basically, my question is it better if I wait for you to be on stream and I do it like this way, or is
Well,
it okay for
normally
me to just fix it myself and PR when it's like as easy as this, for instance?
you can do that as well. Either way. Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
mean, it's just like I've mostly been away for the last week, which is not common, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
I've been helping put stuff together and getting this stuff set up for the last week, and I just finally got working internet and was able to do stuff for a couple hours last night, and that's been about the first time I've been able to do anything here. So like this now just returns this.
Because I know there's the same stuff happening in the default policy, which is
Well, it's because there's a split policy. It's the default without the recurrent. There's a different code path for it. So the recurrent is the one that we usually use, and that's the
yeah.
one that I test always. Right, but you can see here, it's just like there's this this extra thing, and now that I'm looking at this and this ends up being the same code everywhere, I'm like, okay, that's a little silly, right? So like these things are always in flux. I value constantly improving it over having it always be stable API. But this also looks dated.
So are we looking to get a uniform signature of what the forward method returns, so action and value? Because
I mean, this is all like, I changed a bunch of stuff, right, in this latest dev branch, and there are reasons for it. Like, for instance, the split forward function allows us to have a much, much faster inference time LSTM. So you actually need to use two different, you need LSTM and LSTM, so it's a little jank. And I don't like that I'm just having to basically copy these functions either, for now. But I don't want a base class either. I don't want there to be like a puffer model base class either. We got to figure that out, right? So there are a lot of these things that are in flux.
what's going to be the difference between the forward and forward train?
Forward train is the forward pass that is called when you are training. And when you use the LSTM, it will be different. Because there's like a CUDA optimization that has to be done. I don't know what I'm doing there. New value is going to come back batched. I see. A little tricky. It's just like there's some shape differences, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So that's 2.8 mil, 2.9 mil, whatever on snake.
Okay.
And then if I do
And
this,
so,
let me make sure it still works. Yeah.
okay.
There you go.
And so,
Yeah,
what
catch.
happens if you decide to use the standard policy that is in the cleanRL Python file? Because here you have a specific policy for Snake, but we used to have a bunch of policies in cleanRL file too. I'm not
In
sure.
CleanRL?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's supposed to still be in use because
Which, in where? It was
the
supposed to be in this.
cleanRL files.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
this is now garbage. Like these are no longer used.
Oh,
And
okay.
these didn't do anything either. These were always just wrappers.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's PufferLib models their stuff in here. We have this default policy, and then we have this LSTM wrapper, and we have this conf policy, and we also have this ResNet.
Okay,
They're
so
both
that's
some
where I should
defaults.
look for. Because I've tried to use the default policy and same wasn't working. I think there's some remaining stuff about E3. I mean, I've had some remaining stuff about E3B, not sure.
Okay, hang on. This should be default policy. It seems to run.
Okay, well, that might mean something on my end, so I'll check.
I mean, I could have missed something as well, right? It's not, I'm not infallible. I go fast and make mistakes as a result, right? Like, you're allowed to criticize stuff. Like, I screw stuff up very often. It's just that the overall pace of progress is better as a result.
No, it's like it's just yeah. Sometimes I'm just confused as to
so
whether it's something on my end or just.
there shouldn't be E3B at all, is the thing.
Hmm.
I guess this is still in here, but we don't use these.
Because you basically didn't find any ways to make it 3D work, and so you just were not
Yeah, I
using them
got rid
anymore,
of it
right?
for now.
Okay.
I'm gonna commit these for you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, you can let me know if that works. Let me know if that doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm just pulling the latest changes. I'll let you know.
Of course, I'm now then gonna have to do like a jank merge to this new one. So if I break it again, come yell at me. Oh yeah, a cache. We're doing We're starting on a big refactor for the release. The main thing. See how this looks.
Okay, so Snake's working. Can you just show me the latest command you used to train Carpal? Make sure I'm training that as well with the default.
That's it, man.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Perfect Carpal, okay.
Yeah, Bet added Bet like went and implemented no depths cart pull for us. It's really nice. It trains in like a couple seconds. You know, even like really simple stuff like that is actually quite helpful to us. Just like having classic benchmarks.
Yeah.
Makes a difference. And you're doing Boyd's, or are you on a different end? What end were you doing?
I'm not the one working on Boys. I was
Okay, no,
working
that
on
was
Command Pool.
and everyone has different freaking usernames, like literally everywhere. My bad.
Yeah, no, but maybe I'll merge them into a single one. But no, I was working on a Command Pool resource.
Oh
But
yeah, that's a cool end.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember we merged that. That is a very cool end. I would like to
I've,
see
I've been
some.
improving it. Yeah.
I would like to see some policies doing something on that. It's like, it's kind of a tricky problem because it's like a delayed gratification kind of a thing. Um, like honestly, you could probably come up with, like you could probably show that it's kind of tricky to do that even without it being a multi-agent thing. Like, does it
Mhm.
even train with one agent, or do they just harvest everything?
Hmm. That's a good question.
That would probably be a good
Sure.
sanity, right? And it should be very easy to configure, right? You just pass one agent per n to the config.
Yeah. I've actually spent quite a lot of time trying to make them to work, but yeah, they just end up harvesting everything
I
so
just saw a
far.
paper on this, right? There was just a paper on this on like agents over harvesting the bushes or whatever. I don't know if it was DeepMind or apples or like whatever, but yeah,
Right.
I saw something on that. And now to be fair, I don't know if their solution was any good. Very often, like these multi-agent problems, people come up with like very, very hacky and brittle, like very fancy solutions.
Yeah. About that, I had another question related to multi-agent. Like, how would you handle dynamic number of agents in the current stuff? Because we're flattening everything, right? But let's say you have I mean, in an MMO, I'm sure you have um,
In old
a dynamic number
versions,
of agents.
I did. In the new version, I didn't want to deal with it. So to
Mm.
answer your question, in 2.0 and in some of the not too recent dev branches, it kind of just works because you set this mask, and anything that is not like anything that's masked out just doesn't get added to the experience buffer. But in the more recent stuff, we restructured the experience buffer in a way that makes that a little bit harder. So we're kind of punting on that for now. That said, that is going to be something that we're going to look at, like how we adjust for. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think we're going to end up like with a couple padding segments or something in the data.
Okay.
Because we have GPU drive, right? And uh, GPU drive actually requires this type of stuff to work. But, you know, ideally, in the current form, GPU drive requires that. But in general, like whenever possible, I try to restructure EMS to not do that. Because from an infrastructure perspective, like we can handle it, but it's like so much easier and cleaner to handle things efficiently when you don't have that. So whenever you have an M that's like, yeah, I could just respawn the agents, and then at eval time, it'll still work for the most part, right? Like they'll still want to do the same thing. Even if agents are like cut out, it's fine. But it's not even an algorithm problem at all. It's literally just annoying infrastructure buffers.
Yeah. Because even then, in the current way that you're dealing with it, it means that you have to start with a max number of agents, and you're just masking out the ones that aren't there anymore. That's basically it, right? But
Yeah, but like this is not even an RL problem. This is like a computer's problem, right? Like you want to
yeah,
have
uh,
you want to have your buffers pre-allocated to that if you want stuff to be fast. And like all the frameworks that do this like dynamically, like oh yeah, we just store stuff in a list and then you train it 1,000 steps per second. Yay! Like no, don't do that. So it's probably just going to be like try to do it as little as possible combined with relatively efficient masking.
okay.
But like this has become a lot less interesting of a problem to me, frankly, because like I kind of realized that annoying like variable number of agents thing, it was the infrastructure difficulty associated with that was masking a lot of like the cool multi-agent problems that you'd want to think about. So like, you know, you were trying to think about cool multi-agent problems and collaboration and things, and actually you didn't get stuck on those at all. You just got stuck on the infrastructure associated with variable num agents. So if you just do it with fixed num agents, things get a lot easier. You just have to
Okay.
like rethink some mems a little tiny bit
Hmm.
because it's a
Okay,
little
because I
silly
was
to get stuck, right? It's a little silly to get stuck on a like a fundamental research problem because you can't implement a buffer or whatever.
hmm. Well, I mean, okay, well, you could basically have like a fixed size buffer, and then not even you don't even have to respawn the agents basically, and just mask them, right? Because I
Yeah.
mean, you might have environments where it's important for
Well,
the
you can
agents to
respawn them in
have.
place. You can reuse the same row.
Yeah, yeah, right, right, right. I see. Okay. Yeah, so that's fine. That probably fixes this 99% of
It does.
the dynamic number of agents. Okay, cool, cool.
So I
Thanks.
mean, you can get really pedantic about it. I'm getting sprayed with power washer. The window in front of me is. Um, yeah, let's hope that those don't break with all my stuff here. uh, yeah, like you can get really pedantic about it and try to handle every single possible case or whatever. And like, I think Pettingzoo did this. Like, there's this Knights Archer Zombies M that has like heterogeneous spaces and like variable num agents, and, like all the things ever. And like, yeah, look, it works. We can handle it. And yeah, but you can train it like 0 steps a second or whatever.
Hmm.
So like, there's not much point. There's really not much point in handling everything if it's gonna be slow. Is kind of what I figured out.
Yeah, about that. Is the M agent from Meta stuff binding supposed to work, or
The what agent?
M agent or MA agents? Not sure how
M
to.
agent is
Uh,
not meta. Those are totally different.
okay, I thought that was from Meta. But yes,
So
I
it's
see
not.
there are
First of all,
bindings for
meta
MA.
METTA is not from META. It's not from Facebook. It's just like a different new like small research group. Um,
Okay.
and it's kind of like this factory-esque env or whatever, where like agents are collecting resources and converting resources to energy and like converting one thing to another. Um, and yes, it does work. Now, we've recently had a little bit of a difficulty reproducing the really good training run that I set a couple weeks ago. I suspect something just changed under the hood in like one of the env commits or something. But you know, we'll be getting that back because we did set Soda on that environment a couple weeks ago. or a week ago-ish before I left. And it's very unusual for me to like lose a run like that as well, because like I'm usually pretty good about tracking that stuff. So I don't know. I suspect something changed.
Hmm.
I don't know what it would have been, but it's probably something dumb like, you know, there was a specific commit I trained it on, and then I probably like pulled a new end version when I was like messing around with Aaron on learning progress, and then like I don't know, like something got reintroduced at some point. It's probably something dumb like that.
Okay, I see. Right. 'Cause, yeah, basically, I just wanted to start doing some experiment about different exploration strategies, and that's why I've been trying really to be able to run most M's in
So
PufferLib.
if you want
Uh,
exploration stuff, the active research that we have on that is with Diane. Um, I I've seen it do things on Snake. I have not seen it make Snake learn better stuff, but you can definitely
mhm.
get it so that you can visually tell apart which policy is which Snake. So I think that there's something in. It's not quite Diane like the original paper. I've done some modifications to it, but there's something there about like training visually distinct policies that should allow you to like get better exploration. That's what I would
Okay.
suggest.
Okay. Can you say again who's the other dude working on this?
On what? On Diane? No, Diane's a paper name.
Yeah, yeah.
So like Diane is the paper name. I was working on that one. I don't have anyone else who is working on Diane specifically. So the meta guys are interested in Diane. I can tell you that because like they also
Mm.
would like exploration stuff working. I don't know. Exploration is kind of a tough one because there's been so much bad research on like exploration in RL because it's just it's often not a well-defined problem, right? Oh, we want agents that explore more. Well, what does that mean? Right? It's a tabula rasa agent. Oh, well, they should go through all the rooms. Well, how should they know how to do
Yeah.
that? Like, by what mechanism should they know how to do that? It's a tabula rasa agent. How should they learn that? Like, what is the objective that they're maximizing? Oh, exploration. Well, it's circular, right? So like people try to maximize like surprisal, which you can actually quantify. Um, you can quantify that in terms of like value function changes or error in predictions or stuff like that. People try to do like counts based stuff, which kind of janky from what I've seen. It works only when you have explicit counts, otherwise it doesn't. People have tried to do noise-based stuff, which is like R&D style work, which is a little bit janky as well. The thing that's been the most interesting to me, I think, is like behavioral diversity with the Diane line of stuff, and we have some modifications that I think are pretty close to doing something in there, in here. But like, it's the type of thing where I would probably have to go put together a test M that's just like an empty room with an agent or whatever, and just see like, can you get different agents to go in different directions or something basic.
Mm.
Like even something that simple is not like you don't get that by default.
Yeah, I was thinking about basically you would need probably to make better progress. You need a dedicated amp, which probably makes
Mm-hmm.
things easier to develop. Like a
Yeah,
very simple one, actually, as you said, doesn't need to be complicated. But
even just an empty room with some agents that start in the middle would already be
mm,
something. So I mean, you could try. If you want to check this stuff out, like go take a look at some of the Diane stuff that I have. It's very short. It's in that file. It's all in that clean PufferL file. Um, you can ask me questions, whatever, if you get stuck.
sure.
That would be like a good research side stuff. And if you're trying to get involved with like a research side contribution, that's a good way to do it as well.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Anything else?
Um, okay. Yeah. Actually, one last question about multi-agent stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So right now we're just training all the agents are contributing to the same policy. Yeah.
What does that mean?
Um, uh,
When you
unless
say
I'm wrong, I think
contributing,
Well, all the experience from every agent is just being batched together and sent to one policy, and
Yes.
then all the agents. Yeah, okay. So, what would happen if you want to model some very independent behaviors? Let's say, from a very naive point of view, you would want every agent to have their own policy. Like,
I
how would
don't
you
think you
start?
would want that. So, because I've done that before, and I've done that like literally in 2018 or whatever. It's not fun, and the reason it's not fun is because you're splitting your data n ways now, right? You're splitting your data across a whole bunch of different policies. Um, there are a couple cases where it makes hardware sense to do that. If you look at some of like Brennan's work on Madrona, when like the agent batch sizes get to be so large you can't train anymore, so like you may as well just train extra policies to play against. That's a thing.
Mhm.
There's also work that's like indicating that environment diversity is more important than behavior diversity. So like it might make more sense to look at like automated env randomization more than automated opponent randomization. That I would also kind of buy. I think though, if you like to your point, Diane does tie in with this because what Diane lets you do is it lets you get conditionally different behavior out of the same policy. So you actually still get to share all that experience and use it to train the one policy. You get way more training data, but still potentially
Mm.
get different distinct behaviors. Now, getting that to actually work is very tricky, but if you were to do that, then you would basically eliminate the need for all forms of like historical or fictitious self play, league training. Like you could kind of do it all within one policy and share all the data, and that would be very, very powerful. So that's kind of why I like the Diane line, because it's not just exploration, it also kind of solves like multi-agent competitive dynamics being jank at the same time.
Okay, but then what would happen if you were to want to model some sort of multi-agent setting? Let's say, um, I don't know, like, you would want to model some urban citizen path or something, some social dynamics where you actually do want each agent to display a very different sort of behaviors. Maybe with some agents sharing their own policy with the kids. If you were to like, specifically, let's talk about social dynamics. Some sort of genetic stuff that gets passed away to the child. In this case, you would truly want them to have a different policy, right?
Well, then that's not even going to be RL necessarily anymore if you're doing genetic stuff. Um, and also, like, you got to be careful because if you're just going to train a bunch of policies on the same data, they're going to learn roughly similar stuff anyways. Subject to, I mean, I have a paper on that. Sometimes they don't, but usually they learn pretty similar stuff. So, like,
Hmm.
it's not the first thing I would look at. Let's put it that way. Just training
Okay.
independent policies is like, oh, I want independent behavior, so I want independent policies. That's not the first thing I would look to. I'll say that. Um, because first of all, each agent is being computed independently and has an independent state anyways when you have a shared policy, right? It's not like
True.
it's not a joint. It's very different from like a joint policy in which you're taking n observations from n different agents in and then outputting jointly n different decisions. No, you're still outputting, each agent's decisions independently and conditioned on their own state.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
So I mean, like there is reason to do this stuff. Like if you look at league play style stuff, um, that's definitely a thing. But like, I almost wonder what would happen with the league play stuff if you tried to just make it conditional on the same policy. I actually think that there was some follow up that might have done things like that. It's one of the things I want to look into in the next like pass on next research pass.
All right. Yeah. Well, that clarifies a lot. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna go back try to just make the latest difference work, and then
Sounds good.
maybe I can. I actually had a couple of improvements over my env too, so maybe I can PR that once I'm done.
Great. Yeah, looking forward to it. I've just been on autopilot refactoring stuff here.
Yeah, I've seen that.
All right, good chatting.
Right. Yeah. Thanks.
Bye. That's cool. So for folks watching, if you contribute to PufferLib and you have questions, that's how easy it is to get help when you get stuck. respond to one message on. I do have one meeting that is going to be scheduled today. Often have meetings that are just scheduled same day. I honestly think that's better. You should not have such a full calendar that you can't just like schedule stuff same day. I get way more stuff done when I have like fully open calendar and like no pressure on any specific thing. And then this rollout thing is separate, right? Yeah, this rollout thing is separate. Well, so that's everything that needs to be tabbed. Let's just see what I forgot. What is wrong with this? Oh. Oops. Alright, so we have to fix the call signatures. I'll just call this PufferL. But like now that I have these two files together, I can kind of see that they're coupled kind of weirdly, right? Like the amount of stuff that I'm like grabbing from PufferL here. Use. That should be off. Okay, that's kind of jank. Ah, on this. Isn't that like ridiculous? That you can do that? You can just leave a trailing comma and then like the tuple evaluates to true. And I actually don't hate Python as much as like a lot of devs do, but when you start writing too much Python, there's definitely a such thing as writing too much Python. So this is tabbed, this is indented one too much. Right? Wait. This is not, oh, this is not indented. What happened? Okay, these do not need to be. These don't need to be here, right? These can be untabbed. They don't depend on literally anything. Okay, and there's your instantaneous training. Still works. So, setting up the warehouse. Welcome. We have pretty much everything except the servers. Well, there's more equipment as well, so. But we have a lot of stuff nicely set up. It's just like 40 capacity with for 40 machines for training agents, and 1,000 square feet for gym equipment to train me. That is pretty much the whole building, though. Like the gym area, the gym and server area is like 2/3 of the space. Okay. So what do we think about this initial refactor? There's way too much stuff imported here. Hang on, we can consolidate this, can't we? Yeah. You're looking different. I should be looking about the same except for the new camera, which this is not the final camera quality. This is, all right, here, we're gonna do a product unendorsement on stream. Don't buy these cables. They suck. They put too much force on your other important things, and this thing broke my nice cam link within 30 minutes of using it. So I had to buy another one of these, which probably will be here today or tomorrow, and then I will actually have full camera quality. I also have to probably fine-tune the audio a little bit, but we do have nice new audio setup. The goal was to upgrade quite a bit. It took a while to figure all that stuff out. Okay, that works nicely now. What do we think of the new structure here? A lot of imports. I want to like compress dependencies a little bit, but then we have clean PufferLib with what will be like better grouped arguments. This is now, how long is this thing? 249. So it's a little under 200 lines for an it. I think we can easily get that down to like 150. This print dashboard is way too high up. It should be eval train. And then we can put this stuff at the bottom. Okay, and now the bottom of our trainer is 900 lines. So if we can cut 300 off of this, which we should be able to do not just today, because some of it requires like removing code paths that we no longer need to use, for which we need to run really comprehensive experiments. I do probably want to do like the distributional RL thing though. I think we should try that at least. All right, so here we have clean PufferL. I guess we just start on refactoring all this. Is it crazy? How much other stuff from the config do we set? We don't set like a ton of other stuff in the config, do we? Yeah, so but we do end up accessing the config a ton, right? So hang on, what if I do this? I knew what I was gonna do. What if I do this? That probably cleans a lot of stuff up, right? Is there any reason that would be a bad idea? Not particularly. Is that reasonable to do? For something with a massive config? Instead of keeping the config around and having to like do stuff from that? I mean, the alternative, right? Okay, hang on. There are a couple of alternatives here. Let's not be too ridiculous. There is actually a value in knowing what comes from the config because you can know what you have to set in the config. So what if instead of doing that, what if I do self-config equal config? I remove these, and then I exclusively grab stuff from the config. What about that? And then I just fix this. Anywhere that I've used it, where it's like, this can be config. I guess the only thing is like if there are, well, if you had to like overwrite the device or something, then it wouldn't be so good. Oh, you can also delete the self from all these. You never want to be doing self config, whatever. It's just do the one access. I intentionally have my self keyword in a really annoying to read font so that I use it less. Hmm. Okay. So this now works again. So we no longer have self-config everywhere. We no longer have mixed config and like config stuff with the clean RL, clean PufferL stuff. So that shortens a little bit, right? Okay, 1450 lines, a little tiny bit shorter as well. What's the next thing to tackle? I think I want to look high level first. Let's look for high level wins first. You can really like fine tune this over time. LSTM slice shenanigans. There's stuff to fix. I could get rid of cron here. I still want to do stuff with it though. There's still stuff to do here. I'm just looking for like where the majority of fluff is. There's a little bit around LSTMs. Like there's a little bit around logging. There's a lot around different advantage functions. And a little bit around die-in as well. Experience buffer stuff too. A little bit around losses. little bit of fluff. Like, it's a lot of just there being a little bit in a bunch of places. A little bit in storage. This is P3O and like alternatives, different methods. Things that don't need to necessarily be supported. Too many options is bad. SPS not being logged, we want that back. Saving and loading needs to be changed as well. The dashboard. So the dashboard is long, but the dashboard's actually pretty dense with correct code. Dashboard's pretty good. Got some distributed shenanigans. We've got this count params. It's used once. It's used once. Mean and log. Yeah, there's a little bit of fluff in mean and log. Artifact stuff. Checkpointing. Load checkpoint. Okay, I'm pretty confident then we're at the point here where, I mean, this stuff, yeah, like there are a few things that like I just haven't bothered to get to. Profiling is pretty dense. So yeah, there are a few things I haven't bothered to get to. There are a few things that could be done better. But generally, like, this is pretty good, what we have here. It's just that we have a lot of leftover fluff from all these other methods that we've been like supporting, and then we have leftover fluff, just like little bits here and there. So probably most of the optimization is going to come from, or a good chunk of the optimization is going to come from little bits of fluff, just removing little bits of fluff. And then a little bit of the optimization as well is going to come from us figuring out those new methods. Let me just go look up one thing to see how likely it is. Fusional. What was the distributional? What's like the main one? Is it this one? I think it's this. This is like the main one that people use, right? I'm just checking this because I want to see how hard it would be to like mess with P3O real quick. If this does anything. Okay, so this is all their math that they say you can skip. Lovely. You did some math. We will model the value distribution using a discrete distribution whose support is the set of atoms. Okay, this is all this math, and literally they're just bucketing the value function. This is a softmax. So all this math just to say bucket the value function. So hang on, this is, if I can just figure out what their algorithm is, we can probably do this very quickly. Let me see what's to say. French girls are interested in getting involved with your RL drone project. Help to find an object in a room. Shoots a laser at the object. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, we haven't really done much with the drone stuff yet, but we do have some people in Puffer that have built like a fast, continuous env. And Spencer's also been interested in this stuff as well. See if I can find it. They're doing coordinate. So is the stuff they're doing at the moment? Okay, so multiple drones. Yeah, is the stuff she's doing at the moment like RL, or is it just coordination with drones and like the RL's the next thing to try? Because if there's no RL in it yet, we do have. There's some students here. If you scroll up a bit, trying to see where it is. Yeah, these guys. They made like a really simple drone sim in Puffer, and then they trained it really fast, and they're looking to PR it as well. It's right here. And they actually ran it on a real drone, and it did like kind of okay, apparently. This thing doesn't run, but yeah. So there is stuff to do in this space. Not RL right now? Well, then this is a good spot to start because it's like relatively simple sim. Would be good to get this thing into Puffer. Would be good to get this thing running on more real drones, and I have lots of space here if I want to, like, I can order some to here as well. We can see how they do on real drones. I've got lots of space where it doesn't really matter what they run into. I'm afraid to report RL works. RL is good. I've been trying to spend less time on X, honestly. It would never work on RL. Yeah. RL is good. It's just hard. But it is good. What do I even have for P3O right now? Cute. Oh, I don't even have this in here at the moment, do I? Because this was C, this wasn't CUDA, right? Or did I write a CUDA kernel for this? Oh wait, I thought I did. Yeah, I have P3O right here. Hmm. If you did, yeah. Well, I'm trying to think how much I want to, like, put into this right now. I should probably do everything except this first. Yeah, that would be smarter. Like, it's my tendency to want to dive into the rabbit holes here, but it would be way smarter to just, like, go through, do the line-by-line optimizations, line-by-line, like, cleanups, and then we'll see how much code we end up left with. Starting literally from top here. Don't need this anymore. Yo, stuff works on the latest dev branch. Thanks. It should. Generally, things should work by default unless I break them. Ideally, I'd be knowing Puffer enough to competently fix stuff. No worries. I try not to break too much stuff. Is there a reason this has so many of these lines? Can I not, like... Does it, like, have to be a certain number of boxes? For some reason, it's an 8-line box. Like, exactly an 8-line box. I don't know why. The corners actually break on my rounded box anyways, don't they? Does every policy supposed to output actions? Default model outputs logits. Every policy, I think, is supposed to output logits, not actions. I think it's labeled actions, but it is logits or something like that. I need to clean some things up. Yeah. This is the same thing, isn't it? Did they add this recently? I didn't think I PR'd it, right? Heh. Well, that seems like it just works, right? I forget if it, like, looked worse on ASCII or something. I think we'll just keep that. Okay, that's a little better. Optimizer is not optional, so I don't know why there's a default. This is actually a config now, isn't it? So we don't need this. Fix config, backend, and policy. These are all reasonable. Then takes either Wandby or Neptune, which you pass in. And I believe you pass this in because of sweeps. Hang on, let me see why do you pass this in? Okay, so you init stuff in here, right? And you do a bunch of nonsense. And then when you call sweep, you don't init anything. So, yeah, the way I have this set up, there's no reason to pass these in, right? I guess because, like, the final eval or something? But, like, all this stuff should be probably just wound up into the training. So hang on, you have your backends. This there was a reason to pass in. And then there's also this DDP stuff. Yeah, I think Clean Puffer should just eat this. The only thing is that there's this args of x by d and args of tag. So how's our run doing? Yep. About what we expect. Ah. Okay, so they have Neptune scale. Is there any reason this can't just go into config? I just need the defaults, I guess, right? Called init. This takes ID. Oh wait, maybe this is my own stuff? Yeah, this is. Neptune init run. So this doesn't even get used. This ID doesn't. Resume doesn't get freaking used either. I see. So that, because I didn't implement it yet. So there should be, this is for resuming. We should be able to do this. I just haven't done it yet. Fine. Yeah, these can just be none by default. Do not have config here. Yeah, so it's args of run ID. Okay, but stuff in base doesn't get passed. Oops, covering chat. The stuff that's in base doesn't get passed in, only stuff that's in train gets passed in. Move it to train for now and then figure it out. Or move it to workspace maybe? Or maybe move everything under workspace to train. Be easiest for now. we do this. Oops. Env is env name. Okay, so we'll leave that one for now, but we'll do this. We'll configure our loggers. Ideally, late as possible. Like here. Not bad. Okay. Then we can actually take these args out. The config gets simpler. Now, args of Neptune. So this is now going to get screwy again. Oh, it is. Do I want to thread all this into a, where is it? Here's your train. Do we want to thread all this together? I kind of want to like just get rid of this whole function at some point, don't I? Kind of. So then where would this logic go? Like reasonably this logic could go I mean some of it could go into just the bottom like main script. That'll work for everything but like sweep and DDP. Okay, so there's like there are two different things going on here, right? Hey, Bet, how's it going? Could this logic be in sweep somehow? Could be in sweeps. I don't know what you expected. I don't know what you expected doing that, Matt. I have 4 PRs open. What do you have open? Oh, very nice. And these work? Doesn't train well locally. I can fix the slice error, but doesn't train well locally. Does it train, like... That means it doesn't work, right? Because this definitely trained well before. I see. What should I merge here? This. Tell me what is merged, and I will merge. Not Blaster. Connect for a new bind. Okay, well this is fine if this actually works. Let's see. We have binding. Yes. It says doesn't train well locally on triple triad. Like, does that mean something broke because it trained well before? Or does this mean that it doesn't train with, like, Atom and whatever defaults are there for Muon? Yeah, so things don't work locally, right? But did you... Okay, so we actually do need to test. Yeah, because the puffer box you were on got sent to main gear. I need to get more puffer boxes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to figure out who's on what box and give you one. Okay, you know what? Let's do something. So just YOLO merging your stuff. Merge. Okay, we'll do this one. And we'll do this one. Why is there so much new stuff in env binding here? What is this? No, that is sus. Okay, but like I think you're misunderstanding the way this is supposed to work. I hope I didn't just merge that in the other thing. Same. No, you didn't. So this one is clean. I don't care if it doesn't break anything. It's going to cause me headaches if I don't now look at it and figure out, hang on. Let me do this first. Hang on, doesn't Snake already? Yeah, no, I did not make a binding for Snake. Was Connect 4 this fast before? What did you do on speed with Connect 4? And I gotta look at both these closely. So I have connect 4 baseline here. Which is the run that I should compare to? None of these seem to do anything. Pink one? Well, you didn't run any, you don't have any full runs here, right? Yeah, so something is weird. This is like way faster than before. Well, you don't have any numbers, right? Like, I guess I have to do my own run here. Width and height shouldn't make a difference. Okay, so it's hard-coded. You still have hard-coded depth 3. Oh wait, that's on your locals, probably. Yeah, these are close. Okay. These are quite close. I don't know why the env is a different speed. It could just be machine differences. I don't actually even know if there are speed differences. This one looks fine. Let me do your other env here. Cause this one is the one that's sketch. I thought I told you about this. Let me see here. Cause you should not have to be doing stuff like this. hard-coded agent depth. I thought that maybe you'd reduce the opponent, like search depth or something, which would make it way faster, but you didn't. Okay, so the issue with this, I'm gonna guess, is you probably used the wrong API. Let's see. Yeah, so didn't I show you this? Like, you're passing a param to each env here, and because you've done this, right, you're like dramatically complicating. You're dramatically complicating the C code. Because you're passing these listen, where I made a separate API for this. It's like really easy and you don't have to do any of this. So look. I thought I showed you this as well. If I didn't show you this, it's on me for wasting time, but I thought I had. So like Neural MMO has the exact same thing, right? These are all lists. Look what we do. We do envinit, not veckinit. We put all these in a list. And then we call vectorize. And it works. That is in the Python file, yes. But this vectorize, you give it these lists, right? Or you give it this list, and now it gives you your CMs as a single reference. Well, if I didn't tell you, that's on me for not showing you this. I know I told a few other people. I could have sworn that you were on one of the streams. But this is supposed to be, like, if you want to do variable param stuff, this would be the easy way to do it. Now, let's see. I mean, to be fair, maybe your way is better. Let me see. I don't know. It kind of just depends on the complexity. Yeah, so I just added a second path so I could keep the C file really simple. Okay, so this is 80 something lines to this. You have unpack with index. Yeah, because you also added all this stuff into the snake file. Well, the thing is, you shouldn't have to do this mess anywhere, right? Yeah, this is also in the triple triad PR as well. Yeah, you have all the snake stuff in here too. Well, I mean, look, if there is a way that we can add, like, we can add a few lines into the env binding and simplify the Python for people so you don't have to write a loop, I guess then that's worth considering. But there's definitely too much stuff going into the binding.cs. Now this one's fine. This one you actually don't even have unpack. Wait, you don't have any of that stuff in here. Okay, so if you make a clean triple triad PR, I can definitely add that, right? The thing is, most EMs don't need the loop logic. It's only if you have custom... It's only if you have, like, custom stuff. And then, like... No, Snake isn't done, because this is a mess bet. Like, this likely creates for me at least 2 hours of looking through this, if not 3, and, like, trying to figure all this stuff out. Because you can't have, like, this cannot be what the binding has to look like, right? Because this is way worse to have people try to write this stuff in C. Yeah, so I'm still open to, like, doing something like this, but and I actually do want to look at the piece of code that you have here for the list loop. I would say what you should do is you should save this, because I want to look at this with you, maybe in Discord at some point or whatever, and because it's potentially, you know, we can unify the API with it. But I think for now, you can very, very easily do the snake thing as just like the neural MMO style loop one, and that'll just work immediately, and then we can have both of these PR'd. Yeah, so clean up the PRs, do that, and then we'll get that stuff merged. And then something like this is obviously going to be like, I can't just YOLO merge this, like, right? Like, come on, like, I can't give this, oh yeah, here, it's so easy to write a multi-agent M, just write all this, right? Like, nobody knows what this is. Thank you for the Connect 4 PR. That's very nice. We're getting more of these M's into bindings, new bindings. Cool, no meeting. I get to just keep deving. Not a waste of time when they're with new clients. Gotta pay for servers somehow. The cool thing is a lot of it is actually inbound now. Like, we get inbound people just, like, asking about Puffer stuff. Which is what we want, because I want to be able to spend my time building stuff. I mean, even things like what I'm doing now, this is just incredibly basic and just slow work. But, like, cleaning stuff up like this is very, very important for usability. It's honestly, like, if I don't do this, nothing else really matters. Cool. That works. I am... Let me take a few minutes. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I don't know. Do a couple things here. I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll keep going. Just need to kind of refresh a bit. And I have gym equipment in the background. That's always nice. Okay. That's me woken back up. One of the things I really wanted to have was just the ability to, you know, go do a light set of whatever in between working on stuff. Right, I was on config replacements for Neptune and Wanbi. All right. Do you notice his audio quality better than before, by the way, or worse, or about the same? Versus previous location. About the same is not good, because this is a substantially better microphone. So I will have to fine-tune that. A little on the quiet side. Okay. Let's do this. I can only get it so close. We'll try that. We'll try that for a little bit. It should be like very noticeably better. Like, this is a pretty ridiculous setup. I've got a tripod with the camera upside down mounted on it over here. I've got a pop filter in my face with a full-size boom arm and a mic here. And then there's a plan to put a TV over there so I can just turn the setup and do, like, you know, paper review or like whatever presentation style stuff I want as well. So I guess we do, shouldn't go into close. It should go into wait, doesn't mean and log do this for you already? Hang on. Mean and log should do this for you already. Yeah. But I don't actually think you need to do this. I think it's redundant. we can just do this. And now we no longer have any dependence on Neptune after this point. So we should be good. And this should still run. And we are down 80 lines from earlier today almost. So we fight for those. Okay, now we get to extensions. All my PRs are negative many lines. You can't take too much credit when I put a lot of work into that env binding file to make it possible to do that, but I do appreciate the contributions. It's a pain in the ass to refactor all those ends. I spent like a good 2 days on that env binding to make that work. It's okay, I do the heavy lifting around here. Okay, so now we can think about how to load this extension better. How does PyTorch do their CPU fallbacks? Part of dispatch. Okay, so they have something fancy, I guess. Dispatcher checks the table. Oh, hang on, wait, is there something for this? Porch library impl. Okay. Okay, so here's the kernel. Huh? I think this is just feeding me garbage. It's telling me how to write a CPU kernel and add a fallback for CPU. Okay, this is it, right? Portable kernel library. Ugh. Well, that's a mess. C++ Mac. So this is just all stuff that Torch has done on top of CUDA. This is so bloated. CPP extension.load. Okay, I think this is better. You may wish to, okay, here. So you have a Python function. You have some Python bindings to C++ and CUDA. You are using Python. Okay. Here's some Python. Past bets rationale has been elucidated. Local snake new bind dev local. What? How did you even do that to like combine two? Oh. Okay, wrap the function in a PyTorch custom operator. Okay, so this is registering autograd. Is this... Okay, custom C++ and CUDA. This is what we want. So here you get your extension. We're building a single wheel that can run across multiple CPython versions. Okay. Defining custom op and adding backend implementations. Okay, so you write something like this. If you also have a CUDA implementation, you can register it as in a separate Torch library implementation. Okay. Myml add CUDA. To add Torch compile support, we must add a fake tensor kernel. Fake tensors are tensors that have metadata but no data. You can just do this with Python. Cool. To use the custom operator, we must first load the C++ library. We will replace the unstable pybind 11 with stable API calls. Avoid python.h entirely. We don't need autograd. Hang on, what? Where are the exclamation points? Oh. Okay. So, a little tricky. But at least there is a tutorial on this. Let's see, first of all, how are we on this? Okay, so we go to setup.py. And I don't think we have the extension in here at all, do we? No, we do not have the extension in here at all. We have it just in the Python. So we have to do plus equals extension. This is a little sketchy, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, because it makes a hard dependency on Torch, doesn't it? Yeah, this is a hard dependency on Torch. Hang on, can we do it just from the Python? I think we can. So we get C++ extension. Load. Name. Sources. This is probably it right here, right? Okay, so this is actually mostly build time stuff. But I might still be able to do something with this. So this is torch tensor. For some reason, this is at tensor. And then they give you some asserts. Torch internal, okay. In order to use this from Python, PyTorch's Python frontend, we need to register it using a Torch library API. This will automatically bind the operator to Python. Name of your top level project. So something like this. And then this needs the signature. VS float gamma. And then this returns nothing. Def. And then this is it, right? This makes the operator available via torch ops extension .mymul add. Okay. Expected arrow but found end of file. Let's try this. Okay, so this runs. I still don't know if this is going to be available from Torch. We will see. From torch dot. Okay, so what's the extension name? Torch extension. Probably just PufferLib. No module. Okay, so maybe you do need to actually have the module be built like this. We could do this for now, right? We can do this for now. Command class equals oh, you actually have to pass this command class thing in as well, apparently. Interesting. We'll do this. This. PufferLib.cpp. So what is this? PufferLib, and then PufferLib.cpp. Something like this. Unknown compilation option. Remove command class. When you call setup here, you do have command class, right? So that's weird that that doesn't do anything. Maybe this does something. Do we see? PufferLib.cPython. Okay. Built something. Okay, so no module torch ops PufferLib. So I don't see it in here, right? end-to-end working example from the tutorial here. Okay, this looks decent, right? Lots of extra args. They do have command class in here. So something's weird that I can't do that. Like this should work, right? Build oh, hang on. Maybe I didn't have build extension. So import C++ and build extension. Gotcha. Ah. So it's cpp dot build extension. Okay. Got unknown compilation option. Please remove command class. Okay, so something's weird here. Oh, you know what? This is because it's in Scythonized. Shoot. Well, how the heck are we supposed to do that? Also, most of these don't even need Scython anymore, so we're doing something screwy. Let's just do, the heck? Oh. You just messed this up. Hang on. So this is... Yeah, this is just indented poorly, isn't it? What's this close? Yeah, this closes... Okay. So I apparently have this indented totally screwy. Try this. Error compiling objects for an extension. Well, you don't need all these, right? What did I break? Oh. Man, this is like so wacky. Okay, so this Scythenize is like this massive... So confusing. Okay, this is good. Now we do this. This goes to next line. Scythenize goes to here. On sequence on int plus. It should be less, right? Each element must be an instance, an extension. Scythenize. This should give me multiple extensions, no? Maybe this needs to be a list. I don't freaking know. It's just like undocumented dumb build systems. Must be an instance, extension, or a two-tuple. It should be. I do this. Nope. Okay. Take Scython out for a second. Portrait extension must be a extension instance or a two-tuple. Okay. So each element of ext modules option must be an extension instance or a two-tuple. It is, isn't it? Oh, because it's a list. Okay, so this actually works. And then this probably works as well, right? Maybe the Scython one's a little ambitious. Let's get rid of that for now. Okay. Invalid. You need extra args, I guess, for these. Fine. Can we get the torch extension? We can get the torch extension. Now I see PufferLib.cPython. So it said that this would be available at like torch ops or whatever. Yes, you cannot get compute puff advantage. And there's no torch ops PufferLib. That's bizarre. Maybe there's a name conflict. Hang on. Import puffer ext. Now this actually has. Okay, so this actually has compute puff advantage in it. This does have compute puff advantage in it. Now, it doesn't show up where we expect it to, though. Where was that tutorial? So they have their extension. And then how do they import this? Extension CPP dot ops import extension CPP. So I have so theirs somehow got put under ops. Mine did not. Ah, because they registered it here. Hey YouTube folks. I'm currently trying to figure out how to properly register a custom op with PyTorch so that I can have a clean CUDA kernel with C++ CPU fallback. And it's just demonic. Like, they're doing all sorts of ridiculous things. It's just like so many layers of registering and wrappering and stuff. I don't know. Okay, so you actually hear torch.ops.extension C++. So this does actually go into this here. Yeah, there's no torch.pufferlib, right? And there's no torch puffer x either. So it's not getting registered. I mean, this is like a ridiculous amount of code for... This is literally their tutorial on how to have a multiply add kernel. And it's like several hundred lines of code. And I have the def as well. Is this supposed to be like this? I doubt that matters. Wasn't in the docs originally. Maybe this needs to be puffer x'd. Let me see their C++. Torch library. defines the C++ version. Dummy C module. So this is what I was doing with PyBind anyways. Try this. Oh. So that is actually loaded. It doesn't seem to be defining the function. No module torch ops pufferext. Okay. And this is... Oh, you can just import anything from here. Okay, so it's not actually defined. It's just the shitty library. Like, you can just import anything from here. Okay. Been not liking Torch lately. Not gonna lie. Have not been enjoying Torch. So, I mean, it's here, but it's not registered. I mean, I guess I could try this. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna complain if I don't need PyBind. Where's the namespace end? Bottom. Yeah, see, so it's still not there. Oh, I'm dumb. This library... How the heck does it not give me, like, an undefined? Wait, and do I not? PufferLib CPP. How the hell does this not give me a torch undefined? I don't even... It can't be loading this then, right? I don't freaking know. Okay, so... We should have the... It should be in here somewhere. PufferLib CPP. Still nothing. But I don't even know how this is like... Does this even give me a warning if I just like... Or an error? No, it's like completely freaking... Oh no. We do get an error, okay. So it is actually loading the correct file. Why does it not then... It doesn't bind. You have to import the underscore C, I guess, or something? I mean, this whole thing is just janky, the way that they're like... This whole thing is just janky. Like, this code is fine, but then I have no idea how this hooks into their... Like, their crazy registries with these macros. It's not in there either. Is it some way that, like, I'm doing this? Sources. This is fine. Right, this is all fine. Hang on, so this test of the extension, they're not actually testing this import, right? Here they're importing it directly. Okay, hang on. This is one. Torch ops extension. So it is supposed to be registered. Mm-mm. Yeah, this is like crazy. So this is now, they're calling it here through the registered version. Yeah, so like the extension just isn't getting bound. Drives me nuts. How does this thing get built? dot underscore C. That's so weird. And that's like so weird what they're doing. It's got to be something with this, like, underscore C. But how the heck is this input? Library name underscore C. I mean, this thing has to get built, right? Make sure I didn't miss anything here. Like, how are they importing a file that hasn't been built yet? Is it this? Okay. So this is probably... Okay, now we now have the underscore C. But we still don't have this. Nothing. Do you have to import the _C for this to be available? Okay, I didn't think of that. Really? Import torch, okay. Still nothing. That's bizarre. Let me see how they imported it. I think they said the import order matters or something. So in their test, they import torch. And then they import this. Ah. Okay, so it's not in the dir, but it's there. Okay. So we actually get it. Cool. Crazy packaging. But we get it. Oh, man. Okay. Now we can hopefully add the CUDA one as well. We can hopefully add the CUDA one. Now, how do you do... Hang on. Hang on a second here. Now I get to see how they do their fallback at the least properly, right? So this has no CUDA in it. So this will always work. And then they have test impl. Mimel add CPU. Registers CUDA implementations. Wait, mimel add CPP. Mimel add CU. Ah, and this registers the CUDA in here. Okay. So we can do this. And then they both load shared. But other than that, it's fine. And then this doesn't need a module, I guess. This includes shared CPP. Namespace PufferLib. We get rid of the PyBind, which is kind of nice. And we take this this impl, then this is like, this doesn't need the name definitions, it seems. So this is cute puff. And probably this needs different names, but we'll do it this way for now. And we will see. Now in their setup, they also import .cu, don't they? Library name underscore C. Sources. Hey, welcome. How's it going, man? Okay, so in their sources here, they have this CUDA sources. Okay, so they conditionally add the CUDA. We're gonna do it for both for now. So in sources, we do PufferLib CU. Okay? Then let's just do, let's just like put this into a file. Can you ask you a question? Yeah, sure. Can't initialize NVML. Okay, that seems like my drivers die. Yeah, my drivers just died, so that's fine. We can fix that. That's just container needing a reboot. That's easy enough. Which is why you want the CUDA fallback as well. Stuff from Aaron. Do we not get an error message? Where's our trace? Huh? We just don't get an error message? There are no Version bounds. Yeah, it just doesn't give us frickin'. That's ridiculous. Where's our error message? Yeah, they do this, so. Extension includes the runtime. What does it use from the runtime? Weird. Is this a dot? This is a .cu, yeah. Didn't it explicitly include the runtime like that in a .cu? What's the point of having it that? Bizarre. And that is matching though. Okay, so that's like immediately failing. This like no, it's not these includes. Currently first year of college. Should you learn data structures and algorithms, web dev, or something? I've only learned some C and Python. So the thing is that normally data structures and algorithms are taught as part of your first or second CS course in general, because you really don't know anything unless you know basic data structures and algorithms. You're very, very rarely going to like go reach for a try, or very, very rarely going to have to, I mean, except in specific applications, reach for dynamic programming. But like, you should know what a map or a dict is and how it's implemented. You should know what binary search is and what is like how it is implemented. You should know basic sorting. Like there's a lot of things that you should know that do come up quite often. Computational complexity, all of that. So if you haven't taken one of those, I'm surprised because it's like it should be among your first courses. It's also, and I hate that this is the case, but it is pretty much all of interview questions ever for actual jobs are just like based on your data structures and algorithms course, which is ridiculous because it's like it's one small piece and like you use a small portion of it day to day, but that's how it is at the moment. So you should probably do that. Yeah, if you just like if you take like this is what a language is and this is how to do web dev, you do not know how to program. So you should definitely learn basic data structures and algorithms. You should definitely build some stuff, and then if you want to do web dev from there, go for it. Because the thing with web dev is it's like it's just a giant mess where like people have just like piled crap onto the web development ecosystem for the last couple of decades, and it's just like it's a gigantic disaster. So like honestly, not much is going to make sense unless you've just been programming for a long time in that space. And then you can see like, okay, this is the way they did this. That's annoying, but I get it, right? Like, junior web dev is not going to be a fun job. I can tell you that. Especially with all the AI crap now. It's just like people already didn't understand what they're doing, and now they absolutely have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, we don't cover autogen stuff. But let's talk about how pathetic that is, right? So like we took this very very simple thing, build a basic web page. We piled like React and Next and Tailwind and like all these like crap modern things on top of it that make no bloody sense. Just to do basic things. And now nobody knows how the hell anything works anymore. So we built an AI to figure out all of our bullshit. Like, isn't that just incredibly stupid? No. I also think that the thing people should realize is that there isn't going to be like oh, I don't know how to program but I'm good at using AI. Like that just means you have no idea what's going on and you're like you might be able to hack out a couple things over the next few years, but like that's just zero useful skills. Like there are no useful skills there at all. I wish this would give me a freaking build error. Okay, like if you want to use AI for something, this is what I will do. We'll see if this gives me anything. Is there a dash V? Okay. It's probably they're outputting the same stuff then. Try something. Oh, and there we go. We actually get a... This looks like a proper error message. So it was a name duplication issue. There we go. Float is not a supported argument type. Use type double instead. That would seem weird. You tried to register a kernel. Please use double instead. That's disgusting. Is that how it was in their example? What are you doing? I can't understand anything. Well, I mean, the stuff I'm doing, you're not going to know if you're just like a first-year programmer. I work on high-performance reinforcement learning dev. You can see some cool demos at puffer.ai. And I am currently attempting to register a CUDA extension to PyTorch with a CPU fallback. So essentially, I have a custom piece of code that I want to hook into the main learning library that everyone uses. And I want that piece of code to run on the GPU or on the CPU, depending on the context in which you're running it automatically without you having to do anything. And that involves digging through a bunch of sludge, which is what I'm doing now. So what am I doing now? Digging through sludge. That's pretty much it. Okay, so they have double in this signature. I guess it's probably... I appreciate the explanations. I mean, this stuff is like kind of out there. This is not stuff that most people will see for quite a while, if ever. So, and the thing is, it's like, it's a lot harder than it needs to be, right? Like when I was just writing my basic CUDA extensions, if you just use CUDA, it's kind of fine. Now when you get the torch binding system involved and stuff, then yeah, stuff is painful. But like if I were just writing CUDA, I could kind of jam that. It's kind of just see. It's got to just be that these are right. Like how Python by default just uses doubles, because, like, screw it, we're slow anyways. Alright. Is that... Okay, that's actually built. Dynamic module does not define module export. Okay, so I know how we do this, though. Wait, before I spend more time, can you try running triple triad? Just local compile. It doesn't seem to work properly. Sure. I mean, this is like, could be close enough. I haven't touched this in a while. It just didn't release all the memory. That's bizarro. Something screwy. Hang on. Huh. Well, that's probably left over. Broken pipe is weird. There is something screwy with it. There is definitely something screwy with it. Does it not have seating or something? Well, this version's totally off. Yeah, so this, I mean, this is missing, like, this has a no op or whatever. We got rid of no op. I gotta finish this while I'm still in the mindset to debug obtuse CUDA, though. It does look like something is screwy. Mm-hmm. Man. Okay, this comment is wrong. Okay, so now we get this conflict thing where we don't get any errors. Still Noah? Compute puffer advantage CUDA. Puff advantage row. I'm about to faint just seeing your work. Yeah, you get used to it. Eventually, like, the feeling of, like, feeling very dumb goes away. And it's like, oh, actually, the code I'm reading is, in fact, the thing that is very dumb. It's like, why is it like this? Why couldn't we have just built simple CUDA extension interface? Why did we have to do this? Why do we have magic static loaded macros? Still nothing. See how they do their imports. So they do add the CUDA sources. Star.cu. Okay. So they have multiple sources that go into this one extension. All right. Don't need this. Do I need CUDA extension? I need CUDA extension, don't I? So this should now be CUDA extension. It's already 12:17, going to sleep. Can you tell me what time you start your live stream? It is currently 2:49 EST. I generally try to do a short stream in the morning, somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30 a.m. EST. And then after breakfast, like say 10:30ish, then I'm on for the rest of the day. modulo meetings and other stuff I have to do. And I will be back streaming quite a bit for the next several weeks. Some of it is in the trenches, like random packaging and extension stuff like this. Some of it is cool research. Some of it's like building new environments. Some of it is working with collaborators. A whole bunch of different stuff. We do a lot of different things around here. Multiple rules generate this build. PufferLib.o. Torch extensions. Multiple. There it is. Multiple rules generate this file. Torch extensions. Night. Thanks for dropping by. Sources. See, this is one extension though, isn't it? This is one extension. Yeah, we've got the CPP. Oh, did they put them in separate directories just for this reason? That would be kind of evil, wouldn't it? I just thought of something. And then shared is not going to be there. Yep. Uh-huh. Oof. Now we get an error. You tried to register. Okay, so now we get somewhere. Now we get somewhere. So many poor decisions in here. Puff advantage kernel. Okay. Puff advantage. Did you mean puff advantage row? I include the shared, don't I? You forgot this one, my guy. Max horizon. Where does this get defined? It's a global, isn't it? Puff advantage kernel. I probably did the same thing. Freaking flies everywhere. Expected declaration. Oh, is this not a valid comment in CUDA? Could it just not have block comments? Oh, it should. Oh, it's because it's nested. Yeah. I'm getting somewhere. Okay, so what do we have here? Multiple definitions of vtrace check. I know I can fix all these is the thing. This is only defined once as far as I can see. Is it because both of these are including shared? That could be it. It's probably including both of these. I'll just do this. Max horizons undefined. Yeah, so this needs shared. And this also needs shared because puff advantage row is in shared C++. Multiple declarations. Yeah, so it's getting included multiple times. I mean, I could just paste it. Hang on. Kind of dumb to do that. These are the two functions we need, right? And max horizon. I need the same code here. I probably need the same code right in the shared or in PufferLib PPP. We do here. Const. not declared in scope, puff advantage row. Puff advantage. The heck? Okay, there we go. Now we have something here. Now this should actually work. Use float instead of double in an operator schema string. Okay, so this one needs to be float. We're getting there. Lovely. So now we actually have our CPU, GPU fallback, whatever. We have it all running. Now the only question is going to be how we integrate everything, how we do everything cleanly here. I don't really know if I feel like messing with that at the moment, to be honest. Kind of want to just get the full thing running, because like at least this is the way, like this will make it clean in the place it's imported. Extensions. So this like needs extra args, I think. F permissive, yeah. So this needs extra args. I don't have F permissive here. Or maybe I do actually want to mess with this here. And actually you don't, because this... Yeah, you just want to set the pointer. Okay. Oh, it's pedantic, I guess? But I don't have pedantic on either. We can Scythenize it, like we were doing before. And just say that I've done enough bloody, packaging for one day. That's an option. We can do that. Error handling is a pain. Yeah, I'm definitely sick of doing, I'm definitely sick of, packaging for one day. Okay, that doesn't break. We do this. We do this. No errors. We do this. No errors. This. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it looks like yeah, so the torch build or whatever, different command class. we have to do a custom one? Let's just do it quick. This is so stupid. Python packaging just sucks, honestly. How do you do this stupid thing? Why is this like, why is this a param of setup and not of the extension as well? Like, this is just annoying me. Did they not have this? I guess they don't have this because they don't have multiple extensions. Custom build ext. Deal with this shit, man. Does it still work if I do it without this? Hey, Quinn. Welcome. The camera is not a webcam, and it's going to look better than this as soon as I get another cable for it. I've got, well, what should be a professional quality AV setup now, but I gotta fix a few small things. I think that this still works, hopefully. I'm seeing this getting built. So we'll see. I mean, it's like, whatever at this point, right? Now I should be able to do all that just so I can do comp 2. Boom. Okay. No module torch ops PufferLib. You have to import torch, and then you have to import do this. Do it this way. Still no. Guess you need this thing, huh? I mean, how do we do this? Can I just do like dash dash no? It's like adding stupid args, isn't it? I do not know how to get rid of these. Sting. Yeah, I don't know how you add. I guess I do have to do this custom. Yeah, this is like ridiculous. There are just so many bad decisions in here. I'm actually gonna grok this for once. Because I just, like, I can't even, I don't know where the fucking API would be for this thing. It's ridiculous. These are just, like, horribly documented distutils nonsense. You literally have to write a custom one, don't you? What? Uh... Huh? Oh, no, I can't. Yeah, so you do have to do a custom build X. Let's see if this runs out of the box. And we will go back, because this solution sucks. Subtools. Okay. Custom. And like the number of just ridiculous build things today. Okay, so that now does. It seems happy. Okay, so it does build the CUDA extension right there. Okay, this one runs. This one doesn't. I think you just have to be very careful with this import, right? Okay. I don't know why it prints all this. Okay, so it's telling me it doesn't exist. Omitted. Only available through these backends. What in the heck? AutoGrad CPU. Is there a place where we tell it what backend is registered to what? Let's see. It's a CUDA extension. Not what I want. Okay, so Torch library. PufferLib M. And then this is registered right here to CPU. So I see it right here. Will we be streaming tomorrow? Should be streaming all day. Hopefully I get past this by then, so I'm not just stuck doing this nonsense. Because it's explicitly registered here, right? Not getting registered somehow still. Okay, so here it correctly finds the op. It's not just inventing one, right? Thanks, yeah, I'm gonna try to finish this. And what did I register it with, CUDA? CUDA. Cute puff advantage. Okay. Huh. Well, we definitely need to do this. But that's not the issue just yet. Do we have PufferLib in here? Python dispatcher registered. Cannot run. Be because the operator doesn't exist for this backend or is omitted. So it is getting the right backend, but then it's not finding. It's dispatching to the correct backend, but it's not finding it. And I should see PufferLib in here, shouldn't I? This has it. With the underscore C, right? Build extension. Can I run this on a non-puffer env? But no, it's definitely getting called and built. Like we're seeing it here. Let me see how they imported this. How they import it in the test. So they import torch. They import their thing, which imports the C. Yeah, you don't have to import it. As soon as you import the underscore the C, it should be working. I don't know how it thinks it's available from all of these backends that I didn't define. You can't click this, right? Open source library that links you to the Facebook page. Yeah, so this is what I have as well. Yeah, so it's available for these backends, and it lists a whole bunch of crap. Does it list CPU when I do this? Doesn't list CPU. Advantage. I'm trying to think what I could possibly be screwing up. Maybe it is just something with this setup. Hang on. So we do double check their CUDA extension. They have a setup, have their extension. Use CUDA extension. Compile args. By limited API. File args. This is not actually changing the extension. Okay, so now it'll actually force rebuild. See if that does anything. Still no. See a bet. Let's see if I missed anything else important. I have this. I wonder if it's actually the mutation. Args, hang on. It's not smart enough to catch that, is it? There's no way it's smart enough to know. I don't like that it immediately copies these either. Hang on, that's not good, right? It immediately copies stuff. I don't see PufferLib dot, hang on, PufferLib's not getting built at all in this one. Yeah, it's not there. Extensions.cpython. That's not it. This goes to extensions CPython, right? It says building. Okay, so that's weird, right? It says it's building it. But it doesn't actually build it. So it is an issue with this shenanigans. This whole thing. It's just not running it. Can I put a breakpoint in here? Probably not, right? Oh, I can. Okay. What's this thing take? Man. Yeah, I think that this is wrong. I'll not run. The issue is I don't understand what this gets called on. I guess technically I could do... Can I not just do... Just do this. I just want to see if I can get it to load with this. Failed. Argument 2. Okay, so we can definitely see for sure it's not getting built. or dumped. Inspecting indent. God, these fucking flies. Can I get some fly paper? I just had the doors open too much with all the setup around here. Ident. Did I mess something obvious up in here? Values. Let me see if I got the syntax right. Let me do one thing real quick. -2 obnoxious flying insects. Apparently there are a few more still. Okay, so here is the mutated operators thing. Wait. We must specify that it mutates the out tensor. Huh? Oh, it's literally like just give it some random. Okay, so I misunderstood how this works. That's bizarre. And actually, let's see if this even... It's probably not smart enough to know. We'll see. Alright, we're gonna try this. Maybe there's a mutate thing. Is it... No, it's the other order, right? Yeah, tensor of a... Very weird syntax. Okay, so it still doesn't recognize this thing. Even though it's definitely building it now. Building it with the correct backend as well. Thought that would fix it. It flies. Hang on. Not one. Could I just like clone this repo real quick? And see? Wait, why does it have vector in here? There's no way this matters, right? They actually use this? This is in the CPP. Oh. Okay. What else did I miss? Extension, Q to H runtime. Yeah, I have all this. And I have kernel. Got this. And you got your impl. advantage. Okay, so I've kind of gotten everything, I think, out of here. Gotten pretty much out of everything out of here. Extension CPP, yeah. Oh my gosh. Why did it even, like, define it? I guess because I defined the extension, but yeah, okay. Well, that's actually on me. That's actually my screw up. Let's see if it works now. Boom. Okay, there is the running thing. Still a ton of work to do with the packaging. I'm committing this, though. So there is one very nice upside to doing all this. We also kill the PyBind dependency. So we have no PyBind now in PufferLib, since it's just the C API. So once I clean the CUDA code up, it'll actually be probably a lot nicer now. But that was a pain. That was a total pain. Okay. I got another hour and a half-ish, hour 45. I'm going to take a couple minutes, use the restroom, wake up a little, and then I think we're just going to, like, we've done enough packaging today. I'm going to keep going on clean PufferL. We're going to keep finding more things to clean up. Yeah, we're going to find more things to clean up. That gets rid of the weird CUDA loading in here, though, at the least. Most of the things that we have to fix should not be that hard. Not anywhere near that. So I'll be back in a few. All right. Well, we're like 60 lines into this file for optimization. The last one took a whole bunch of hours. There's probably a lot of stuff we could do in here. What? Wait. Is this a thing? There's no way this is a thing, right? .4 stable. Same. Okay. Well, there's some stuff to mess with in the flags, I would think. We'll see if there are any other magic flags. Where's QDNN.benchmark? So this is like way faster, potentially. Hmm. Okay, so we get like 400 something. $450. And then with this enabled, Not really seeing any improvement, interestingly enough. We'll look for more optims at some point. For now, let's go back to this. So next thing on this list here is let's reset seed here, huh? Just do this. Seed. Oh, I think this was the line, right? That probably already has it enabled. Float 32. Oops. Tensor float 32. Medium. Okay, so there might actually be something here. So we'll do a couple quick things on this, and then we'll look at the losses. So that's why we weren't seeing a performance difference with that other flag. Oh, cool. Got an invite. Okay, so this is slower here, right? Whatever this default is slower. A little bit. If I do medium. Hmm. 470, 46. 40. Hmm. So there is a difference, but it's really not a huge difference. Interesting. Oh, this could be why AMP wasn't working, though. Because I had this set. It's worth checking. Okay, let's go to the losses thing next. So I wanted to see if there's a better way of doing this. So I have it like this so that I can iterate over them, I guess. Here and here. They don't need to be accumulated, really, do they? I don't think they need to be here. Well, it's not really any worse that they are here, though, is it? It's because the print... Well, actually, no, they do need to be here so they show up on the dashboard initially, I guess. Is there anything better I could do? Could be default dicted. I don't know how Python handles string keys internally and dicts. I don't actually know if it's slow or not. You would hope it would do something for static string keys, but I mean, you never know. That's something. Okay, we get utilization as well. Then we get vecenv. Ob shape. Okay, so we can potentially inline some more stuff here. This, config that is like a million times config here. We could call this segment length. I think for now we can just alias a few things. Also, this can go here above this stuff. Really, this stuff shouldn't matter too much, but we'll leave it like that. Ob's device. Does not get used in memory is pin. Experience rows. on policy rows and off policy rows. We will punt for now because we have not seen any case where off policy rows have helped, but we do want to go there next, potentially. And these should be segments. Rollout, episode segment, trace. Replay buffers. Some trajectory snippet, sample. Yeah. I think traj length is good. Or segment length. So this should now be segments. And then this is segu length. Horizon. Horizon's good. Okay, that's a little nicer. Device. These things need to get okay, so Horizon device. I think this is going to go print. This is going to go like somewhere here. The stuff I'm doing at the moment is like very, very basic, but I think that this makes a huge difference. And like oftentimes the difference between a good library and a bad library is just like how often have you actually gone through it, and like does this make sense? Is this as good as it could be? Is this simple? Can I make it easier? Can I make it shorter? So just chill. Okay. It gives you your segment parameters. Batch size. I still use this. Yeah, I still need this, right? Is there an easier way of saying this? And then this shouldn't be an assert. Something like this. I'm pretty much just like trying to make stuff shorter where possible, make names better where possible, and like better semantically group stuff where possible. That's all I'm doing. But like imagine I do this to the whole file. I cut a couple hundred lines out. I make a lot of lines shorter. I make a lot of stuff make more sense. That's like a substantially better library right there, right? Just by doing this. An idea I really like is white box software. The idea that instead of me trying to focus really heavily on like giving you an API boundary, where it's like, you just read the docs, you just read the API, whatever. I focus on giving you like really, really concise, simple, easy to read, easy to modify code, so that instead of having like a 20,000 line library that does most of what you want most of the time, but you're screwed whenever you need to do something that's like outside of the design spec, I give you 1 or 2,000 lines that does all of that, but is also like way, way easier to modify. The trade-off is you're not going to have all the options, up front of the 20,000 line API, but when you go outside of one of those options, as it's intended, it's a lot easier to hack on this, and a lot easier to understand exactly what's going on. Line's too long, right? Where am I cutting these? 80 is like around here-ish. And I should probably cut at least around like, try to keep most of it around here. I mean, what I should probably do is just like, hang on a second. That looks very different. If I do like that, yeah, I doubt people have, like, you have this much screen space, right? I'll check it on my laptop as well. Why Ubuntu over any other OS? Well, I've used Arch for like 5 years. It's great until it explodes. I ran Debian on a bunch of servers, which is fine until you realize that Debian doesn't have any of the drivers that you need, so your stable OS needs to use all the experimental packages anyways. I've used both Mac and Windows, which are just trolling for development straight up. What else have I used? I think that's most of it. So, I've probably missed a few in there, but I've kind of covered most of the bases with that. Does this need to be defined? Probably doesn't. Okay, so this is already looking much cleaner, and then assuming that this either gets kept or removed, one of the two. That's pretty clean. And I like, one of these things need to be assigned. I always don't know, like, do you do this? Do you do this, or is this disgusting? Right? Like, I can never make up my mind. I think that's kind of gross, right? This is where it should go, logically. I've also never been able to make up my mind on stuff like this. Like, that looks too cramped to me. But then, like, you almost want to have a double space between sections, which is too much. These are smaller things, though. I think we just get to do this now, right? We just get to keep this one. Like a bunch of slices. And then it's like a multi-buffered thing. And slices are not hashable, though. So as of Python 3.12, slices are hashable. Cool. Anything else I can do with this? I think what we do is for now we just do this. Can you not do this on a device? You can. Welcome, Dragonbone. We've gotten quite the upgrade in our setup here. And I should be back for the next several weeks with nothing to do but build. Train agents and train myself. So they do make Torch Zeros work like this now. I swear that used to not work, right? Assert total agents greater than 0. Probably do that anyways. Yeah. So the cool thing here, I have capacity now for 40 servers. You can just see it over the box there-ish. Is that still on the camera? Yeah, you can. It's just poking up over the box. I have one server. I need to buy 39 more as soon as the tariffs go down. But the tariffs are like plus 40% right now, so I'm waiting for that. And then other than that, a bunch of gym equipment going in there. Gym equipment. It turns out commercial gym equipment is much cheaper than servers. So may as well treat myself a little there. Especially if you get like secondhand commercial stuff. So yeah, Puffer training facility. Training for agents, training for me. I think this is gonna get shorter when I fix the slicing stuff. So I'll just leave it like long for now. Mini batch size. Max mini batch size. I guess you have to do this. So this is going to be for gradient accumulation, right? Wait, what? Awkward little line like segment here. Yeah, you need this to save. I guess if you do this, it's not as bad. But like then you want like this, so much space. put this down to here. And then dashboard. Unlike losses here. This down here. All right. So we are now, that's a lot cleaner. It's a lot cleaner. Still not finished yet. Even just the init, still not finished yet. I've got roughly 40 minutes here until dinner. Hmm. I guess they're like, it annoys me that there's still like all these little sections that don't cleanly go with one thing or another. So all these self variables can go wherever technically. What if we just did at the end? We could also do something like this. I think they're only needed by this dashboard here. Okay, so now you get to see this gets set, this gets set. Backend. I mean, this should go in VecEnv, honestly, right? I could put it in PufferEnv. Yeah, there's no reason to have this here. Okay, so now we have batch size, horizon, total agents. Device. I mean, this whole thing is a block, right? This whole thing is the experience setup. I mean, the other option is like we do this, right? Not bad. Okay. Not bad. So the experience section is long, but it's going to get way shorter. Optimizer as well. We might even just make this thing not configurable because Muon's just better. Logging, profiling, initialization, dashboard. Okay, this is reasonable. This is like a good start, I'd say. Let's see if we can get this to actually run. Do that for now. Good. That runs. A lot of code. But I think if a good chunk of this goes away from features we don't really care to support, it'll be reasonable when people open that. I would like a better way to check this than doing an is instance every time. I'm just trying to like do some things for now. Okay, so we're always doing slicing now. Do you use NVIDIA anywhere in here? I actually think you do. Petros. No, you don't use it anywhere. We should put this in vectorization if we're going to do it this way. Yeah. You have this done mask, which needs to be handled as tensor, your non-blocking transfers. Okay. Much shorter. Still runs. Still runs nicely. This unroll nested dict. Oh, we're not quite there yet, right? Device. Okay, so now we get to the logging stuff. Get rid of this for now. We'll add it back better when we need it. Instance. So I'm somewhat confused here because we've appended every single item in a dictionary. There's two lists here. I mean, this is just PufferLib trying really hard to log whatever your crazy data is. So, you shouldn't be able to have any dictionaries left in here, essentially. Unless you did some weird stuff. I like that this handles next to dictionary infos. That's a common use case. Even though I no longer use it for native M's. Is there any reason I can't just do the aggregation right here? I can, right? Because this is now, I can just do this, right? Then we no longer need infos. Don't longer need any of this. If we do this for now. You don't use infos here. Yeah, you don't use it at all. Perfect. Now what about this little block here? Okay. So this cannot be a dictionary. Something like that. It's fine for neural MMO. And these ep lengths, ep uses need to be reviewed as part of sample. Total mini batches. Okay, that's gradient accumulation. And samples. Mini batch size over horizon. Decent. I kind of like the idea of because you reset these every. Okay, we'll leave that as is for now. Basically, every little thing in here that could possibly be weird or confusing, I want out. Oops. Yeah. Okay. Be right there. Thank you. Okay. That's it for today. Lost track of time, guys. I will be back either right after dinner for a shorter stream, or if not, then tomorrow. So thanks for tuning in. If you are interested in getting involved with the project, join the Discord here, discord.gg/puffer. If you want to help us out for free, start the repo. And other than that, you can follow me on X for more RL content. Thanks, and I will be back soon.